Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona del Mar. So please book your appointment today. Welcome to Habit Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Crona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the message.
What was your reading like for Shahidi?
Oh my god, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew! That's how I felt.
Are you gonna like come back for more? Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving.
It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right through me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew, and then she also told me things that I was surprised at. Like she could read me, like things I was in denial of, she was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful.
As it was happening.
I didn't say a word, she just knew exactly how I felt about it.
You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
Times
underscore today. I am your host, Greg Rollett, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome
nice
to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. Yeah. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, you know, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they wanted to feature me, and then after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had an interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do. Actually help them out.
When does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they are not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it on. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose, and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I read, I would love to help as I can. To talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too. So I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did. All my life, when I found about my abilities, from that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities, if you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wants it you to be. Bring your unique personality. Tap into your talent and energies and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D. Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face-to-face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick in something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
And I believed in her.
We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Nana's. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together. Always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, and passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way. So she spoke into me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life because I don't have a relationship with my mother and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7.
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that you guys going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown? And what's wrong with me? So, because you don't have anybody to talk to.
No, nobody would be able to relate to what you're seeing or experiencing. Later in life, you're able to use these tools and this ability to eventually connect with law enforcement. Is it true that you have helped to solve 22 cases?
Yes.
What sort of cases are you assisting with?
Cold cases, many of them was cold cases, old cases, locate missing people, and also connected people to each other who basically been vanished for so many years and they didn't know where they are. And I started with law enforcement at the age of 17 back in Europe, and I moved here to US 10 years ago, and through that agency I connect with intelligence services here as well.
Can you give me an idea of a case that you've solved?
One of the cases that I had, it was almost 2 years ago. Coast Guard communicated with me and said, we have a missing pilot and missing plane. I said, where are you guys? He said, well, we are around the oceans. He said, you're guys in the wrong place. Number one, they are not alive. And he was like, how did you know that was they? I said, because it's 2 people that passed. And he immediately felt that you're right about it, because that was the student and instructor. So basically, after 25 minutes, after the helicopter came and took me, we found the stress signals from that plane. And they asked me, how did you know that? I said, he told me where he is.
Wow.
So
what do you mean by that? That you hear voices, or you...
voices. It's Actually, it's different, case by case. Some cases I feel and sense them directly communicating with me. Some cases they kind of like connecting me through other people. And some cases it's just the callers and numbers and names. And I bring them to attention for DA, private investigators, and crime lawyers. They put them together, and this was like, wow. You got it, bingo. We got a piece of
Very
evidence.
helpful for people who may
Yes.
not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost, 100 miles away. But I try to not because it's crazy. My life, maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on an upcoming book with one very huge and very strong, intelligent agent who wants to talk to me or basically, stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll
That
be
would be
looking forward
huge.
to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some one-year waiting list. So it's
One-year waiting list? My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me because, people ask me a million questions about, guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, avidadvice.com is the best place to communicate.
Oh,
and yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide. And I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for them.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian Medium, thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
All right, Stella, I'm intrigued. We'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Medium Rachel with Medium Rachel. Live from RachelMinning.nl.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Medium Rachel
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my name is Rachel. Welcome to my Medium Rachel show. This is the first time I will do it in this language, so I hope you can understand me well. That's really important for me. I will tell you soon something about me, what I do. I live in the Netherlands, so this is the first time. I'm a little bit nervous, really excited to see you all, to hear you, to help you, because I'm a human helper. I want to help everybody on this planet to get free, to be happy, that kind of things. I will tell you a little bit about me. I'm Rachel. I'm living in the Netherlands. I have a son who is 14 years old. His name is Tristan. I really love him so and so much. And I'm 42 years old. I'm a human helper, a psychic, as you say it in your language. I'm a healer. Every message I get is from my guides. And I'm a human helper because I want to give the message that I hear in my head. I want to give it to you. My goal is to help people, to make them happy. Besides that, I get my gifts, my message through my head. I can also heal you. I can heal all the energetic pain in your body, in your beautiful soul. And I do that with my hands. Dus when you want to get a reading or you want to be healed, let me know, because really I want to help you. I can tell you things just like this. I get my message through my head. There is a voice. I cannot explain that. Otherwise, I also have my cards. And I work with these cards also. And I have my magical charms. You cannot see that. I will show it to you. About 150 charms I have here. I work with them also, and with my cards. When I give a reading, I feel in your energy and in your soul. And then I will give you a lovely reading. I have already a caller. I thought I saw Tabitha, but I don't know for sure. Tabitha. Okay. Tabitha. Hello, Tabitha.
Hi.
Hi. Oh, lovely dogs, I hear.
Yes, he's a puppy. He's one because my mom is right here.
Okay. Oh, nice. Hey, Tabitha, what can I do for you?
Yes. I'm just seeing if there's any messages.
Okay. You will open reading, as we call in the Netherlands. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I hope you understand me well. I shall talk slowly. I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first show.
Don't be nervous.
You are my first caller of a client. Thank you very much for your trust. So now I will connect with your energy. Give me a few seconds. Tabitha. Okay. I will work with my magic voice. So one moment. I will show you in 1 second what the cards will tell you, wanted to tell you. You have some troubles, they tell, with accepting. They want to tell you more or less, yeah, how do you say that? Not so much in your heart, in your beautiful heart. You have to listen. My guides tell you, you have to listen more to your beautiful soul, to your heart. Can you understand that? Do you know what they mean, Tabata? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. You have such a beautiful heart, but you don't listen enough to your beautiful heart. It's always your mind who is telling you things, and you don't listen to your heart, so you can make some strange choices, strange path. Sometimes you go to the left, then you go to the middle, then you go to the right. You have to follow. My guides tell you that with so much love, one path. When you do that, you can make more and better choices for yourself. And then I can see, I don't know if you can see that, here are my charms. And the charms will tell you, look, the all will tell you, look to your beautiful soul. Don't give everything away to other people, but also to yourself. Is that true?
Yes. I give everything to everybody.
Yeah. Also your boundary. You have to watch your boundary. You when you feel no, my guides, the universe will tell you, sometimes, mostly, don't do that. But Tabata thinks, I will do that for that people, that female, that male. I will do that. But your heart is telling not to do it. Listen more to your beautiful heart. Can you understand that? What my guides wanted to tell you? Yeah. Also, this is a really nice one. This is a fishing rod. How do you say that? This can you see that? This will tell you, you look too much backwards and not much forward. If you want it, yeah, your past, but your past is your past, dear Tabata. If you want it, because I'm also a healer, I can ground you, I can make you feel free in your own body and in your own soul from here in this, how do you say it, here and now and in the future. Do you want that? That I give you a short healing? Yeah, do you want that?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Please, both foot on the ground. Can you do that for me?
It's on.
Okay, I will do it also. I do my thing, and let me do my thing. One moment. I also yaw. How do you say that? Yaw. And that's because I feel so much energy now, and I have to throw it out because otherwise it will stay in me, and that's not good. You understand me? So I yaw, so I can throw it out my energetic field. I will throw it out your energetic field. One moment. You can feel peace. You can feel sensation. You can feel more and more and more. Now the energetic comes your way into your beautiful soul. One moment. I have to yaw. One moment. I have to throw the blockage in your body. I have to throw it away. And you will feel more and more peace in your beautiful body. Can you feel it, Tabata?
Yes.
Yes, eh? Peace, empty, happiness. Now I will let you go. It's really important
I have one
that
question.
Yeah.
Do you see a baby coming?
Normally, I cannot say that because I'm not a doctor, but it's possible that you can get a baby within 8 months. But it's really important to take your rest, your peace, and to do things. There is no balance between that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's really a big possibility that you get a baby. It's really important now. That's why it's really great that you get a healing, because now you have more balance. Now you have more peace. Now you live more in it here and now, in the future. Okay?
Okay.
Drink 2 glasses of water. That is really important. Okay, Tabitha?
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a nice day, Tabitha.
You too, and have a safe one.
Oh, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. I have a caller, the next one. Hello, Haley. Do I say that correctly? Haley?
Hello.
Hello, Haley.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. Yeah, fine. And you? What can I do for you?
I need to get a reading. I have not had a reading in like 6 months.
What? What did you tell me? I got a reading?
I have not had a reading in 6 months.
Oh, okay. I will give you a reading, okay? One moment, please, Haley. You're welcome. When I go into your energetic field, I feel restless. Where are you, Haley? Where are you? Where is your beautiful soul? Do you recognize this? Where are you? We cannot see you.
I know, so stressed.
Oh my God, so restless. Every temptation after a temptation, every day there is something going on. Oh my God, my guides tell me, oh my God, Haley.
Mhm.
One moment. I will help you. I will help you. I will help you. It's really important. Yeah, sure. It's really important to get some peace in your body, in your mind. It's going up, down, up, down. Do you know what is sitting on a couch? Do you know what that is? What is that? Do you know the peace? Go and sitting on the couch, watching television. It's really important to have some balance, but you run the whole day long. Full power. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. You are so lovely person, but also you forget yourself. It's always other people, always. And I feel some sadness in you because you really shout in yourself, hello, here I am. Do you see me? Please see me. Haley.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. It's really important to let things go. Really important. You hold on too much and you cannot let go your past. That's 1. 2, it's really important for you that your heart, you have a block on your heart to feel. If you want, you can get a healing so you can be more yourself, your beautiful heart. You are so a lovely, energetic person, and I wanted, my guides want, the universe wants that you are going to feel free in your body, in your soul. It's going to be okay. Do you want that, Haley? That I give you a little bit of push the right direction? If you want.
Yes.
You want that,
Thank
yeah?
you.
Okay, both feet on the
Yes.
ground, please.
Okay.
I'm going in your energetic field now. You also sometimes you have some pain in your ear. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Oh. And now you feel more and more peace, more and more peace. One of my guides is standing behind you. It's possible now that you can feel like a wind. Do you know what I mean? Cold breeze. Do you feel that, Haley? Do you feel that? Because they say me, Haley, you can feel it. You can feel the beautiful guides around you. Do you feel it, Haley? Do you feel it, Haley?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, I will let you go. It's really important to take two glasses of water. That's always important after a healing. It's going to be okay, really. You are so a nice person, really. It's going to be okay. You are going to make really nice choices. Everything is going to be okay. Okay, Haley? Have a nice day, okay? Bye-bye, Haley. Now, this were my first two readings in the show. It was really, I was really nervous, but that's okay. So I'm a psychic, I'm a healer, I'm living in the Netherlands. Next Tuesday I will be here at the same time. Now, about a few minutes, I will go speak in my own language. So, yeah, I hope you can understand that also a little bit for my Dutch people and for the people also worldwide, because worldwide there are also Dutch people. Yeah. I hope you can feel the vibe, because really I want to help everybody. Everybody I want to make happy. I get so much messages, so much healing in my hands. I want to give that away, to make you all happy. That's really important for me. I send you so much love through the whole world, because I really want that. That's my goal. That's my goal on this earth, to make you happy. Yeah, I hope you can feel it also. I have a backpack also, and I make use of that to can feel. It's really important for me. Let me tell you that I can feel you, that I can understand you, that everything is okay. That none of the question that you have is strange. Everything is okay, and I want to help you, and I hope I can help you soon, and to feel free, to feel more love, because the whole world is really loaded by negative energy, and that's such a shame. I'm here to help you, and now I have to let you go. All the American people, all the people in your language, in English, because the last minutes I'm going to give readings in my language, and I hope to speak you soon. I'm really excited to help you all. It was really nice to do this the first time in your language, and yeah, there's so much energy. I want to give it away now. Oh, I'm jumping on my chair. Oh, it's really great. Thank you for watching me for now, for the English people, and now I'm going to tune over in my language. I hope to see you soon. Bye bye. I'm still here, but now I'm going to turn over in my language. Nou, van harte welkom Nederlandse kijkers, weer in mijn eigen taal. Het was even wennen. Het is nu mogelijk voor jullie, voor de Nederlandse kijkers, om onder de livestream een vraag te stellen. Want ik ga nu ook een aantal kijkers die onder de livestream een vraag stellen, een korte reading geven. Ik heb ongeveer nog een minuut of 7. Dus ik ga er als een raket doorheen. Ik ga de ene naar de andere afstemming maken. Dus ik ga nu ook op mijn telefoon kijken mede. Dus wil je graag een reading, een korte reading, stel hieronder, onder de livestream, je vraag. En dan ga ik hem beantwoorden. Dus kom maar. Nou, dit was in ieder geval mijn eerste live show. Volgende week dinsdag ben ik er sowieso weer om 8:30 Nederlandse tijd. En dan zal ik wel wat minder nerveus zijn. Voor de Nederlandse kijkers, ik kom al een aantal jaren op tv. En jullie weten dat ik gewoon ga jumpen, ga stuiteren op mijn stoel. Nou, dat zal volgende week vanzelf wel weer overgaan. Dus voor de Nederlandse kijkers, hey Jolanda Santegoeds, hallo. Wil je graag nog een vraag stellen? Stel hem hieronder, onder mijn live. Ik ben er nog een paar minuten. Maak er gebruik van. Helemaal gratis. Wordt echt vanuit A1R Psychic Radio weggegeven. Dus maak daar gebruik van. Jolanda Santegoeds. Graag een boodschap die binnen bij je komt. Jolanda Santegoeds. Je bent supergoed op weg, geven mijn gidsen aan. Je bent je stapjes aan het zetten, lieve schat. Jij mag doorgaan zoals je nu doorgaat. Twijfel soms niet te veel aan jezelf. Dat zit er nog een klein beetje. Je bent steeds meer je grenzen aan het geven. Je bent steeds meer naar je mooie hart aan het luisteren. Kortom, top Jolanda Santegoed. Je bent super goed bezig. Echt wat diep respect voor. Je komt van ver. Dus ik hoop dat je hier ook wat mee kunt. Nou, voor de Nederlandse publiek. Wil je graag een vraag stellen? Ik ben er nog een paar minuten. Hier onder de live heel even typen. Ik zie dat op mijn telefoon. En dan kun je nu nog een enkele minuten een vraag aan mij stellen. Geheel gratis. Dat wordt echt weggegeven vanuit A1R Psychic Radio. En dat willen wij met alle liefde aan jullie geven. Dus maak daar gebruik van. Ik ga nog heel even kijken. Nou, in ieder geval, ik wacht op de volgende vraag. Vanaf nu ben ik iedere dinsdag vanaf 8:30 Nederlandse tijd ben ik hier live te zien. Of op YouTube, A1R Psychic Radio. Of op Moonstruck, diverse radiozenders. Dat heb ik ook gedeeld op mijn bedrijfspagina, op mijn Facebookpagina. En dan kunnen jullie mij vanaf daar nu iedere dinsdag live gaan volgen. En dan zal het ook veel minder stuiterig gaan zijn. Het is zo spannend geweest voor mij. De eerste live uitzending via A1R Psychic Radio. Dat ik stond gewoon te stuiteren van alle energieën die ik voelde. Maar nu achteraf denk ik echt, waar heb ik zo'n spanningsveld van opgebouwd. Waarvoor? Dit was geweldig om te doen. Zoveel vibe achter de schermen. Dat is echt met geen pen te beschrijven. Graag gedaan, Jolanda. Oh, lief van je dat je het gaat delen. Je bent echt supergoed op weg, lieve schat. Echt waar. Ik heb daar echt mijn diepe respect voor. Dat meen ik echt oprecht. Dit is echt, je moet wel trouwens wat beter water gaan drinken. Dat geven ze me nu nog heel even snel tussendoor aan. Heel belangrijk voor jou. Want je mag wat meer gaan afvoeren. Dat is heel erg belangrijk voor jou. Dat je dat met dat kleine stukje nog wat gaat doen. Ik wil je ook super bedanken, Jolanda, dat jij mijn eerste cliënt bent via deze livestream. Dat vind ik toch wel heel erg bijzonder. En ook dat je het vertrouwen hier hebt neergelegd om dit zo openbaar te doen. Mwah, dankjewel, lieve schat. Super lief van je. Ik heb nog een aantal minuten. Dus er kunnen nog enkele vragen gesteld worden. Via de kaarten of gewoon een open reading. Maakt mij allemaal niet uit. Maak daar nog heel even gebruik van. Dat is echt een unieke kans op dit moment natuurlijk. En anders ben ik er volgende week dinsdag weer om 8:30. En dan zal ik misschien ook iets langer in het Engels gaan. Dat moet ik heel even aanvoelen. Wil je dit ook blijven volgen? Maak je dan ook zeker lid hiervan. Dat zou ik natuurlijk super fijn vinden. En oké, Jolanda, goed zo. Ga er ook, ja, dat is gewoon echt nog heel erg belangrijk. Ik zal nog heel even 1 bevestigingskaart, want je bent de enige, dus dat is alleen maar geweldig voor jou. Dikke kus terug, schat. Ik ga nog heel even 1 kaartje doen voor jou, een bevestigingskaart. Ik durf mijn kwetsbaarheid te laten zien. En dat doe je ook steeds meer en dat doe je supergoed, Jolanda Santegoeds. Ik moet zo meteen af gaan ronden. De tijd is gevlogen. Een half uur. Oh, geweldig was dit. Een geweldige vibe, echt waar. Met Dave, met iedereen achter de schermen vooraf. Geweldig. Dat is zoveel positiviteit bij A1R Psychic Radio. Hier word ik echt heel erg blij van. Iedereen, goeiedag. Een hele fijne avond. The Dutch of the English people, thank you so much for watching me and for your trust, for the questions below my life. I really want to thank you and I hope to speak you soon. Otherwise, next Tuesday, 2:30 p.m. your local time in the Netherlands, it will be 8:30, so it's a little bit later, 6 hours. But I hope to see you soon, and I send you so much love, so much peace, and I hope you will soon be happy, feel free in your body and your soul. You deserve it so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you for watching, and I hope to speak you soon. Nederlandse mensen, super bedankt. Heel erg bedankt voor het delen, voor het kijken, voor jullie vibe. En ja, geniet van jullie avond. En have a nice evening. Bye bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-840 488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world.
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Now, as always, we've got an exciting evening ahead of us because we have two callers calling in, and I'm going to give them each a reading. And before we go any further, I would like to talk to you about an aspect of my mediumship that I think may be interesting to people who are listening. So, you know, you're probably, for those who listen regularly, you probably are aware that you know, I can connect to loved ones in the spirit world, and I can work psychically and go for guidance with my guides. But I also have some incredible guides, or two particular incredible guides that work with me on a healing level, and so and they've instructed me to sit every day for an hour, where I send out healing to the world. And I've accrued this long list of people on the list where I send healing out to. And what's so incredible is one of my healing guides, his name is Saint Sebastian. And with Saint Sebastian, he tells me that every single life he's had, he has been, what's really fascinating is he's always been involved in some way, shape, form or another with healing. And he has either been a doctor or a surgeon, or dealt with herbs or nutrition, or whatever. He every single life he has been involved in that capacity. And he tells me that he's considered an expert in the spirit world, and in fact he teaches many people over there. And what's really fascinating, the reason why I'm telling you this, and this is where it gets really fascinating, well, it does for me, so I hope it does for you, but what really gets for me, what is really fascinating about him is that he is now starting to teach me his knowledge. And each day I sit and he gives me the words, and he talks about all these different health diseases and what can be done herbally, what can be done nutritionally, and where we are. Now this is fascinating. He keeps on coming through. He's been regularly coming through lately, where he has been talking about aspects of our medical knowledge that is actually incorrect, and telling me how it should be correctly done. I don't know how that would be received in the world somehow, but anyway, I'm keeping a record of all what he says. So I think that could be sort of, you know, interesting times ahead. And I know that my guides and the spirit world want me to put it all in a book. So I'm hoping that one day I will do that. And so if you're interested, you'll have to, buy the book at some point. But anyway, I believe that we have some callers waiting. And so in a minute I'll go to the caller. But before I go, I just want to also say that if anyone is listening and is in need of being added to my healing list, please do contact myself either on Facebook or go to A1R Radio or leave a message somewhere, and I will place you on the healing list so that I will include you in the healing. And I've had some wonderful responses back where people have the pain has gone away, or the that's a major part that regularly happens, and sort of discomfort like backache and problems with backache. I've managed to sort of that's sort of gone away, and who else knows what's going on? I don't ask. But anyway, let's go to a caller and start doing some reading. I believe we have Brandy in Ocean City, Maryland. Are you there, Brandy?
Yes, I am.
Hello, and how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, and so I am a medium, and what that means is I'm able to connect to loved ones in the spirit world, or I can go to my guide and I can help give you some guidance. Now we only have about 10 minutes, so the more you tell me where to focus, the easier it is for you and for me. Where would you like me to focus?
Okay, well, I've been talking to this new guy, and I've known him for a very long time. I never had any, like, feelings towards him, like strong feelings. I ran into him at the grocery store 2 days ago, and I feel like I have this big connection with him, but he's had a past, and he's got his stuff together, and he wants to have a relationship with me, but I'm worried. Like, I won't. I've been hurt for so long. I've been single for.
Yeah, and so you said you ran him into the grocery store, and there was something like I missed a word. It was something like telepath or something like that.
I feel very connected with him. Like, I feel like I never had before. Like, I did not nowhere near like had any kind of feelings towards him. Like, never would thought that. And it's just something overcome me, like hit me with a ton of bricks that I feel a connection with him.
Yeah. Right. Well, what my guide is saying to me, and I'm getting it loud and clear, you've known each other in a previous life, and you have been husband and wife in a previous life. And that is why you are so connected to this person. And whether you choose to embark on a relationship, obviously you have that free will. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk to my guide about you know, how that would work and if that would work. He's saying to me that he is attracted to you in the same way that you are attracted to him. He's telling me it's a mutual thing. So I'm assuming you are attracted to him. Is that right?
Very. Yes. I was never. I'm telling you, I was never attracted to him like that because he was. Yeah. He was a drug addict. He was doing very bad things, and now he has custody of his kids. He's built a 4-bedroom home. He's got his stuff together, and it's like he's a totally different person. I am very like. I feel this connection with him like like I've never felt before.
And the thing that I like about him, I believe he has a great smile. There's a sort of a cheeky smile that I always use that word cheeky. It's a very British way of saying things, and often people don't understand what I'm saying. And
I do.
I can never find a word. Oh, you do know. Good.
I see it on him. I see it.
Yeah. I can see that he's got a great smile, and I'm being told that that you oh wow, this is you have been put in his path because what you agreed to before you came to this life is that you would offer him the second part of his healing. He's done the first part. He now needs somebody to help him with the second part, and it would be about you giving him healing. And I'm told that if you were willing to embark on this, you would actually be successful in healing him. And this relationship would and my guide's making me cross my fingers. And this relationship would go on to be incredibly successful. But it's whether or not you're willing to take this on. Because what I am told is that he has some insecurities and some difficulties that are from the past. And I'm being told that he hasn't really sort of dealt with some of his stuff. But I know that if you're willing to embark on a relationship, you will heal him. This will end up working. But you've got to go through the healing process to really get to the relationship that you think that you really deserve and want.
That's
How does that
exactly,
sound?
I got goosebumps because that feels like exactly what I feel.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm just hearing the word children. Children. Why am I getting children? Have you got children? I shouldn't really be asking you questions.
This is so weird because this is what I'm saying. I was with this girl. I was her best friend for 12 years. This is actually the baby's father.
Right.
And
okay.
This is why I say it's so weird. I've grown up with these kids. Like I have, like almost like their second mother. So like I love these kids already as my own. Like.
Well, I was drawing to I was going to where he has children and I felt that and I feel that you see, I don't think there would be any difficulty with other family members or children or anything. I think that everything would run through incredibly smoothly.
His whole family knows me.
Yeah, they love you. Well, they would just embrace you with open arms.
I got goosebumps.
Because you are. It's really weird because you offer. It's not really weird. I should stop saying that because I work with spirit and I know how it works.
I keep talking about it, and I said, "This is so weird. This is so weird."
Well, you are a healer and you've come to this life and he isn't the only person that you are involved in healing. And healing comes in many guises. It doesn't have to be hands-on. It can just be it being in your life and talking through stuff. And I just get very profoundly that he isn't the first person that you've been involved with healing. And does that ring true to you?
Yes.
And I feel like you're always the one that's a compassionate one, the one that is prepared to pick up the pieces and help other people. You are that sort of person. And I'm being told that if you embark on this relationship, this will be one of your greatest successes in this life because you will effectively save this man, but don't think it's all about saving him, because when you've done your bit with him, you will end up with one of the best, cutest men that you could ever possibly have, because deep down, this person, his soul, his spirit is absolutely gorgeous and absolutely beautiful. And I believe that once you get past that healing, you will have a beautiful life together. And again, I need to stress, this is your choice, and this is if you want that.
And I do, but I've just been so worried about doing it.
Go for it. Go on, go for it.
Yeah, like I'm telling you, when I feel this, like I have my intuitions all the time, and I see things. I can almost see a future with us. Like I can see that.
Yes, I agree with you.
Like,
what I'm doing is I'm confirming what you're sensing, and I can absolutely. You see, this relationship. This isn't somebody that you've just met, or in this life. This is somebody that you have a soul connection to. This is somebody that you've known in previous lives, and this is somebody that you've agreed to help. And this is somebody that deep down in your spirit, deep down in your pit of your soul, you want to help him. And so the spirit world are guiding you together and helping you to achieve your goals and achieve what you agreed to do. And I know I know absolutely categorically this will end up well.
I have that intuition too. Like I really feel like my guys were telling me, go, just do it, Brandy. It'll be okay.
Yeah, it will. And he's a nice person. Okay, so he's had his problems, and he will get healed from that because you're going to help him. But if You know,
Yes.
once you got past that, he's the most gorgeous person ever.
He really is.
He's so sweet. You couldn't wish for a better person. And when you think about where you've been hurt in the past, you know, he's not those people. He's a gorgeous, gorgeous soul.
And he just told me that yesterday. He was like, Brandy, I would never hurt you. I would never physically hurt you. I would never mentally hurt you. All I want to do is love you.
No, he's honestly.
I would never do that to you.
I really think that you've got absolutely nothing to sort of, you know, worry about. He's just so lovely. But anyway, I'm going to have to go because I have another caller waiting, and
I can't thank you enough. Like, I needed this.
Oh, it's so lovely to hear from you. And if you want to find me, my name's Gail Moffat, and I'm on Facebook. So do track me down. But thank you for calling in, and let me know how it goes.
I definitely. Oh my gosh, I definitely will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. So we have Angela in Glenwood. Are you there, Angela?
Yes. Is this Gail?
Yes, it is. Hello. And how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm very well. So I'm a medium, and I can connect to loved ones, or I can go to my guides and look to get help with guidance for you. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I guess we could go with guides and go that route.
Okay, and anywhere in particular you'd like me to focus? We've got about 10 minutes.
Well, there's someone that keeps coming up into my mind a lot, and even had like a dream conversation about real life current things going on. And I don't talk to this person in daily life. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing or what I'm not getting about why they're on my mind a lot.
Is this somebody you know, or is that?
Yeah, so it's someone I know. We're not in contact a lot anymore.
Right. Okay. Well, I know how the spirit world work, and I'm going to tell you what I think this is, and I'm going to tell it to you because it's from my own personal experience, because I've had these situations exactly as you're talking about, and when you contact them, if you find out and contact them, what happens is, and I will go to my guide and double check that I'm getting this right, but when you contact them, what will happen is either you are going to be, they're going to help you, or you'll help them, or both. That's generally how it works. And what they do is they keep on pushing you and pinging you about and showing you that person to sort of encourage you to contact them, because there's going to be a spiritual reason why you need to be back in touch and back in each other's lives, and you'll find that circumstances will be such that this needs to be done. So that's my knowledge, and I went straight to my knowledge there, but I'm going to go to my guide now and see what he has to say, because that always gives a more bigger picture to things. And so
okay,
he's
and does
saying,
a name help?
no, I don't need a name, but if you want to give me a name, you can. It's fine. And so he's saying, sorry, carry on. And
go ahead.
So he's saying that my guide is saying to me that this is somebody. Would I be right in saying that there's love in your heart for this person?
At one time, yes.
Yeah. And because what I'm being told is there's love in your heart for this person, and I'm being told that this person, there's, I don't know whether he carries a flame or whether you carry a flame for each other, but I feel like there's unfinished business between the two of you, and I feel that it sort of it was, when you knew each other before, it was circumstances were such that you couldn't really properly pursue a relationship on a long-term basis. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. But he seems to be happy now. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that's why you have to that's going to happen. But I just know that there is love in your heart for him, and I'm being told that you will. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, this is. I feel awkward saying this. What he's saying what he's saying is this: that everything isn't as it seems. Everything is not as you think it is. Everything is almost like there's a front, there's a facade, and what's behind that facade is very, very different. And my guide, he's saying to me, he's urging you to almost make that contact, reacquaint yourself with this person, because he's saying to me, you will not be disappointed, because this person, it's almost like this person has to be back in your life, and I'm trying to find out what the reason is, whether there's like a love relationship or whether it's something else. And he's saying to me that you're okay. He makes me feel like you're in your heart. There's a lot of sadness, and in your heart that there's been you've had quite a few difficulties with relationships, and difficulties with sort of forming meaningful relationships. And it's not because there's anything wrong with you. It's just the way it's gone. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And my guide is saying to me that this person that you know is going to show you and almost like restore your faith in yourself and heal you, and he is ready also to be in that situation where he receives, because he has a sort of similar situation, and it's almost as though by the two of you being together, you're going to heal each other, because you haven't had the it's like you haven't had the confirmation that you're amazing and gorgeous and worthy of being in a relationship. It hasn't sort of been properly given to you. And I also feel that with him, there's something about some sort of level of, I don't know whether this is him or you, I need to check that, but I feel like one of you has had, and I'm going to use the word abuse, but I don't know, abuse comes in many, many ways. It could just be somebody saying nasty things, or it could be, a bit more serious than that. But I just feel like one of you has sort of been in a relationship that's caused a lot of abuse and caused a lot of hurt and pain to them. And I've got a feeling it's him. I've got a feeling, and that's not to say it's not you as well.
What confuses me is he was the one that more so pushed me away, and it seems like the more that I move forward and the more that I am okay with moving forward and, him not being in my life, and this has been several years, the more I'm okay, the more prominent he is in my mind, that it makes me feel like I'm crazy.
Yeah, no, you're not. I feel like Spirit is placing that in your mind, because I just get the feeling that he is ready to embark on a different way of life. You remember when I said, for some reason, the two of you weren't able to embark on a long-term relationship, and I feel like it's almost like it's like you had to meet, but it wasn't the right time for you to embark on a relationship. Both of you had to go ahead and sort of almost like go through certain circumstances and then come back round and come back together. And I just feel very strongly that this is where the spirit world are steering both of you. And I also feel that if you do get in contact with him, he will be receptive to you, because his circumstances are not the same as what you think they are. They are very, very different.
Okay.
See, I also feel with him that he's quite. I feel with him he's quite clever as well, and I feel that he's got his head screwed on, and he's a capable person, and I feel that but I feel that over this last relationship that he's been in, I feel that it's taken away some of his ability to be. It's taken away his ability to sort of almost shine as a person. His self-esteem has been eroded, because I feel like he hasn't been treated very well. And it's almost like I can feel somebody screaming at him. And you know what? When somebody has gone through that, they come out of that situation and they start to look at a relationship, that what they want out of a relationship is very different to what they wanted when they went into it. And so, you know, he's a different person to the person that you met all those years ago. But I do feel very, very strongly that you will be pleasantly surprised if you contact him. Pleasantly surprised. And so, how does that all sound?
It sounds really good. Is there any chance that I can kind of confirm if we're talking about the same person?
Yes, you are. We are. Definitely. There's no doubt in my mind. No doubt. You see, what you've got to remember is that the spirit world are an intelligence. They're not. They absolutely will know what you're talking about, and they guide me accordingly. So I have no doubt about that. But if you, I'm on Facebook, so my name is Gail Moffat. So if you want to find me on Facebook or Instagram, then do find me. And I really do hope it goes well. And I really do hope that you take the plunge and contact him, because I do feel that he will be receptive to hearing from you, very receptive.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. $20 for 20 minutes through 2020. Wow.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Pat on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I'm Suzanne Marie, and I'm very happy that you've come tonight to join us. We have a long line of some very good readers, and they're on call, and there'll be free readings tonight. So please stick around and listen and call in if you're inspired. The numbers are on the right side of the screen, and you can see us when this is finished at Moonstruck TV on YouTube. So I'm just wanting to say how happy I am here tonight. It's been a terrible week with thunderstorms and such, and I wasn't quite sure I could make it tonight, but I did, and I'm so excited, and I expect that we're going to have some wonderful callers tonight. If you'd like to visit me on my website, it's www.psychicpaths.com, and once again, I'm on Facebook under Psychic Paths, and yeah, you can check out and see if you like it or not. And I once again want to thank everyone for being here tonight. I hope that I can bring peace and uplift you with any questions that you might have. So I am a clairvoyant, and I'm a light trance medium. And a light trance medium is someone who doesn't get taken over by spirit, but is visited by spirit and can connect with spirit without it taking over my body or who I am. And so I see past, present, and future. So any questions that you want answered, I will certainly do my best. And I hope that everyone has a great night. A1R Psychic Radio is streaming tonight for free live readings. So please join us and call in if you feel like a reading would help you. And yeah, so it's all about calling. And I'm just very, very pleased to be here tonight. Summer is almost over, so I hope that everyone is enjoying things that are going on right now. We have Shauna from Kentucky. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Well, I've seen better.
I'm sorry to hear that. What can I answer for you tonight?
Right now, it's like my current situation, like the issues that's going on. Not sure how to handle them or how to go about, if it's going to pass, is it going to get better?
I'm feeling like you feel like you're being pulled in all directions, and I feel like because you feel pulled, that you feel confused. This isn't normal for you. This is not normal for you to feel all pulled in different directions or to be confused. Usually you're very level-headed, open and clear. So it just feels like it's kind of new for you. Would you say that you've done a lot of growing as a person in this last year, 2020?
Absolutely.
Like there's
Absolutely.
I'm picking up that there's been a lot of growth and even a lot of spiritual growth along with that. It isn't like, how can I put this? This is part of the confusion. I'm not sure about being pulled in different directions, but you've grown. You're not the same person you were when the year started. I think you need a little patience with yourself and a little love for yourself. You know, you should be, I don't want to say should, but you should be very proud of all the work that you've done. Spirit is just saying it's been tremendous. And I think that doors will start opening very shortly, things to abundance and money and happiness. I just feel like this is a part of reaping the rewards for so much growth that you've gone through. Spirit says it's been somewhat painful, but I don't think that there's change without some pain. I think it's always kind of connected to pain. We don't like change as people. But I just sense that you need to sit down, and whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, do what makes you happy in that time. And remember to be patient with yourself and be proud of yourself and tender with yourself. Spirit is with you all the way. You're not alone. Excuse me. And
bless you.
I just think that you need to take some time and know that it will be getting better. I think now, like respite or a recovery for everything that you've been through this year. You don't even want to do that. You don't want to take a seat and take it easy. You just want to, keep on going. But I think what would work would be if you kind of slowed down and took it easy on yourself and the situation. Am I making sense?
Yeah. I'm actually recovering from a partial knee replacement, actually.
Maybe that's part of the rest you need in the recovery. I feel like emotionally too, though.
Yeah.
I think you need to take some very loving steps to just being patient with everything and don't rush everything, to keep going. Do I make sense? Thank you.
Yes.
So that's what I would say. You're doing good. You're doing super. You're doing wonderful. And everything is just...
The situation that I'm in now that I really have questions about is, like with my kids and the situation there, is that going to get easier? I set my friend up with my ex-husband, and after they got together, it changed. They're my best friends, and, I thought she was. And, all I wanted was for my kids' dad to be happy. And everything was going good, and then she moved in with him, and it's gotten bad. And, and when you said, I need to slow down and take it easy, that makes sense. Because I've been a raging bull. And, like, my emotions, I've cried every day for a week, so far. And, this lady, I feel like she's blindsided my, because my kids won't talk to me now that she's there.
It's going to work out. It's going to take time. You need to be easy on yourself. And maybe what Spirit wants you to do is to step back from that situation and rest yourself from that too. Your kids are going to come back, and that's because you're their mom. But if you just step out of that situation, okay?
Okay.
Step back and take the time to love on you. Worry about you.
Okay.
I'm sure it's going to be okay, honestly. Trust me. Okay. Well, you have a good night, and thank you so much for calling.
And thank you. And what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Suzanne. I'm Suzanne Marie.
Suzanne. All right. Thank you, Suzanne.
Bye-bye. And we have another call. Ivina? Lavinia. Hi. Hi, Lavinia. How are you doing?
I'm alright. How about yourself?
Doing good so far. What can I help you with tonight?
If I'm drawn to my nana, if that's okay. Or received anything from a loved one.
Okay, hang on a second. I'm sensing a lot of flowers. There's a lot of flowers going on. Yes, and there's supposed to be a scent with that. I think your grandmother's here. She was she the type that loved to listen to you? Like she would have time? She's here. She wants to hear all about it, she said. She kind of leaned in like, I want to hear what she has to say. I want you to know that your grandmother's doing well and she's at peace and she watches over you. And there are times that you talk to her. She says you talk to her, and she's there. She's listening when you talk to her.
Thank you.
You bet.
Is there anything else?
I know you miss her, and you'll be together again someday. But she's watching over you. Because she passed doesn't mean her love stopped or your connection and bond. It's still strong. And she just wants you to be happy, and she wants you to know that she's okay. Yeah, that's what her message is. Her message is to keep talking to her. She hears you, and she loves you.
Thank you so much. Is she the only one that's around?
It seems like that. She took over anyway. You know, she kind of bogarted her way to talk to you. So, yeah, she came with flowers and she came with some fragrance or perfume.
She loved a lot of flowers and she was full of perfume.
I want you to know that she hears you and you can talk to her, and she's not far. She's as far as your ability to conversate with her. Okay?
Yep.
You're doing good. Let me see if I can get her to let some other people.
All right, thank you.
A man came forward, and he's a very strong personality. Yeah, he's a hard worker and he doesn't take no stuff. He's here.
That's my dad.
Okay. He loves you, and he gets awfully tender when it comes to you. He puts on this real tough exterior, but when he's talking about you, he gets all tender.
Oh.
He's doing good. Yeah, he's doing good. He loves you.
Thank you.
And he says that there's something else going on in your life, and he is with you right now. That there's some kind of don't want to say a problem, but a little bit of an issue, and he is there with you. He stands with you on whatever's going on. He's helping you.
Yeah,
okay?
That's where I get my strength from, I reckon.
Oh my goodness, he is tough. I can only assume.
Is he a very smiley, happy person?
He is. He is.
My dad.
But he definitely carries that he can take care of anything kind of attitude. Yeah, so he's there. He loves you, and his bond is as strong as ever too. So don't forget that, okay?
Yeah.
There's a thing between you and him and your grandma that's kind of like they kind of disagree on something. There's a difference. I think it's a difference a difference of the way they think or the way they want things. It's just a little bit of a friction there. Not, hate each other or knock out fight, but you can tell, they don't agree.
Yeah.
They both love you, and they both want you to move.
I just love them just as much.
Okay. Excuse me.
That's all right.
Do you know of a young man that has passed away? He looks somewhere. Huh? He looks like a teenager or a young adult, very young adult.
Is there any other description, or is that all you can tell by?
It looks like he's worried. He has a worried kind of past, and I sense that something tragic happened, like a car accident or something. There was an accident.
Well, I've had a lot of young people my age, and they were close friends. Two was from a motorbike, and another one recently with a motorbike as well. So, and they're all in kind of the same age, so I couldn't really tell you.
He says, "Oh, you know him. You know this one." Yeah, but that's okay. He's not giving me a name. But I think there was a time with this fella that you had spent some time with him. Like it wasn't in a group. There was a conversation. He's come to say hello. He's come to say thank you for being very kind when he needed it. He seemed to have been going through some hard times, and the person that showed him some really good kindness, and he says you were a good listener, was you, and he truly appreciates you.
Oh.
So, yes.
I would not have a clue who it is, but I'm so thankful that they've come through and told
He
what
has
they really
brown
think.
hair. He has brown hair, and it's not short or shaven. It's a regular long boy's haircut.
Oh.
And he's kind
And
of
he's
thin.
around what age?
Yes, he's like a young adult.
Young
Young
adult.
teen. Yeah, older teenager, like maybe 19, 20.
And he died of a car accident or something?
Yes. I think you'll remember later because he's not going anywhere. He's going to be hanging around you for a little bit. And so is your mom and dad. So, yes. I want to thank everyone for calling tonight. And hopefully we can get her back on the line. I want you all, I want you all to stick around, and I want you to check the schedule with A1R Psychic Radio, because every single night, practically. Hey, are you okay?
Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't too sure what was happening.
Me, there's one of those evenings. Maybe it's all your company. I want you to have a good night, and thank you so much for calling.
Thank you so much for the amazing and accurate feedback as well, by the way. I really, really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much for calling. I appreciate it, and it's an honor to read for you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Just if you cross them ever again, just tell them I love them so much, and I really appreciate that they'd come through to have a little message for me.
I will, thank you. And you too visit my Facebook page, Psychic Pass, okay? Let me know you're around. All right.
Yeah, I will.
You have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, so another Wednesday evening, and I loved it. I had so much fun. And I will see you next Wednesday, 7:30 Wednesday here. And I'll be looking forward to seeing all of you. Thank you so much for the wonderful readings.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium with Jordy Jane. Live from jordyjanes.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon to all my beautiful fans out there. Thank you for joining me for the next 15 minutes of your beautiful evening. My name is Jordy Janes and I'm a psychic medium at this beautiful A1 radio. I'm so excited for today. It's Thursday the 13th and it's really interesting today. We've just come out of the beautiful Lionsgate 8-8 energy and ready to sit on a big sort of cloud of awesome smoke to move me forward and motivate me for the rest of the year. It's been quite an interesting week for me. I've had a lot of ups and downs, but what I want to talk about today is some beautiful isolation tips or defragging to change out of the routine that we have been having for ourselves over the last probably 6 months, really, since everything sort of began. So mine is the really good thing to get out of my head is music. And the way I use music is that I listen to a song. It can either be upbeat or it can be tugging at the heartstrings. It could be something that brings back a memory of when you were younger. Really interesting because I'm starting to write a bit of my journey, better known as Jordy's journey, which is going to be interesting how I write this. But listening to music of what I actually grew up with is bringing back a lot of memories. Now, I feel that as I connect with music, one, it brings back memories, but two, if we listen to songs, we can then do inspirational writing. And when I connect inspirationally, it could be affirmations, it could be just journaling, it could be something to get off my chest because social media has been a little bit cray-cray at the moment. But realistically, it disconnects me from a collective. It disconnects me from a lot of different things and allows me to just listen to the music, listen to the words, and journal and really open that space to the divine, to my higher self. And I love this practice and I try and do it every day. Over the last week, I've only done it twice, so don't shoot me. But it's just a really good thing to do. Listen to a song that either grabs at your heartstrings or gives you a little bit of a pep in your step and write. It's like if we can't put things on social media, which is a lot of things because sometimes we do get a little bit defragged from the opinions that we receive. But realistically, if we write everything down, we don't have to put everything on social media. It just gets it out of our system so we don't hold on to it. And I've always been told I hold on to a lot of stuff in my shoulders. So I'm trying to push my shoulders down a little bit. But it's such a beautiful thing to do. So that's my little tip for the week is pick a song a day and write whatever comes inspirationally to you. So I've got a beautiful lady called Sherry from York in Maine. Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Sorry, I should say this evening. I apologize. It's 10 o'clock in the morning here. How are you? Have you had a good day?
Yes, it's been a pretty good day today.
This is good. We've got to have the wins, don't we? We've always got to have the wins. And if we can build ourselves up a little bit on those wins, I feel it's great. So thank you so much for allowing me to connect with you. How would you like me to work for you today? Would you like me to work psychically or mediumshiply today for you?
Do the mediumship.
Yeah, sure, not a problem. So I will not guarantee that it'll be someone that you're after, but I may not. See how we go. So if I ask you a question or if it makes sense, just say yes, no, I'm unsure. Don't give me a lot of information, okay? And yeah, so hopefully as I connect, because I'm the interpreter, so I may misinterpret. So that's just the key. All right, so Sheree, let me just have a look. I have got a beautiful lady actually barged her way through a couple of your gorgeous family members over there. And as she sort of steps forward, she's got a definite personality that she walks with purpose. So she's got a very strong sort of energy. She knows who she is and how things sort of work. And I feel like she ran the house like clockwork, but it wasn't regimental. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. And as I connect with this lady, oh my God, I just want to squeeze her. She's so cute. I feel like she was a little bit short, but I don't feel like she's too short. But I just feel like I want to say her smile would literally just light up the room. Would that make sense to you? Even though she might have been busy doing work, her smile would be like, it would just melt. Would that make sense, or make you melt?
Yeah.
Thank you. She wants to give you a massive hug. She's also bringing a few tears in at the moment, emotionally around you. And I don't know if you're one of three or if you've got 3 children, but there's just a reference here where she just wants you to keep your chin up, because there has been a lot of things around family that's been going on, and you've been trying to figure out how to work yourself without stepping on people's toes. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. And she also wants to give you, now I would call it a vanilla slice over here, but I feel like it might be a custard, something with custard over there. It's like it sort of has those beautiful sort of lattice biscuits and on the top and bottom, and then it's got this beautiful vanilla custard in the middle. But she's like trying to give you a dessert or a slice that would have had vanilla custard in it. Does this make sense to you?
Not sure.
Okay, that's okay. I just feel like I want to give you like sweets or a dessert just to reward yourself for things that have been going on. Now, she also feels like I want to say I feel like there's nothing but good hugs around her. I just feel like I want to go hug her. So I don't know if she was a really good hugger, but I just feel like I need to hug you. The other thing too is, have you been looking at some crockery that would have been hers, or you would have seen some cups, saucers, plates that you may have of hers, or that someone's got that you've actually been looking at or seeing? Does this make sense?
Not sure.
Okay, because she keeps showing me like the cup and saucer, the plates. They'd be like little sandwich plates and things like that, but I just feel like I want to go crockery. She's just talking about crockery. And the other thing is too, is try not to put so much pressure on yourself around time, because would I make sense that she was not a stickler for time, but if people were late, she would get upset. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. She's also showing me a watch as well, and I sort of asked why she showed me the watch, and she talked about the time being organised and all that sort of stuff. So would I say that you're a little bit defrazzled at the moment?
Yeah.
Thank you. She keeps talking about planning your day. She's also been around you over the last week, because it's like she keeps throwing little seeds at you to let you know, little signs that she's been around. And do you know if she had cats?
Do I know if she what?
If she had cats.
Cat?
Cats, as in four-legged furry cats. Feline cats.
No.
No? Okay. Because for some reason I'm getting like a little mangy cat coming around. So I don't know where that's coming in, but I just want to acknowledge a little sort of mangy cat that may have been hanging around the neighborhood or something, but I just want to acknowledge this. Okay, thank you. And also, oh God, she's also handing me books to hand to you. So I don't know if you're looking at studying or you're studying again or reading books, but she wants to hand books to me to give to you. Does this make sense, Sherry?
Yes.
Thank you. And she's very excited because I feel like you've taken a bit of a plunge with this.
Yes.
Thank you. And she's also very excited to say, oh, would this beautiful lady be connected to Mum?
To my mom?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Then she wants to acknowledge your mum. Is your mum still here?
Yes.
Thank you. She wants to acknowledge your mum and she wants to pat her on the back. She also wants to say thank you, but she also realizes that as she's talking about this, she's telling me that you need to, would it make sense that you need to sort of pull away, not pull away, but just sort of let mum be mum at the moment? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. But she also was, oh, okay. She's also giving me flowers. So is there a birthday celebration anniversary that's coming up in the next week or just gone?
Anniversary coming up.
Thank you, because she wants to give flowers and she wants to acknowledge that she's very much aware of this. And there's also a birthday in September, or there's something around September that she wants to acknowledge as well. Would that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. And she's also acknowledging 4 children.
Yep.
Thank you. Also just saying big hugs, and she just wants to hold your chin up and give you a massive, great big hug. And sunflowers. I'm seeing sunflowers. Does this make sense?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of,
okay.
no.
That's okay. And I know she's not a very good singer, but she keeps singing me "The Sun Will Come Out Tomorrow," which is from Annie, obviously the musical. So does that make sense, darling? I just want to come through and give you a massive hug right now because I just feel the emotion with this beautiful lady, and she's such a gentle soul, and I feel like I keep wanting to say that she went quicker than what they thought. Would that make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And I keep talking about my throat or about my sort of area around my throat, and I feel like she just wants to acknowledge that it was peaceful for her.
Okay.
Okay. And I just want to say, please be kind to yourself. Buy some flowers and really enjoy. I know it's 8 o'clock at night over there, but please, or it might be, I can't remember what time you are in, but please, tomorrow, enjoy the sun, enjoy the fresh air, breathe it in and take space for you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, beautiful. I'll leave her love with you. You're welcome, honey. And you can always connect with me on Facebook, on my Facebook page, Geordie Jane Psychic Medium. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And everyone, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been an awesome 15 minutes. And I look forward to seeing you next week. All right. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Insights by Janita Francis. We are doing the quarter hour of power, and as usual, I always come completely unprepared and leave it completely and utterly up to the universe and to spirit to tell me what to say. Well, I was sitting here waiting for it to start, and I'm thinking, oh, I don't have a topic yet. Oh, I don't know what to talk about. And I actually love that because it's not terrifying. It means that everything is not scripted, and it comes straight from the heart, and it comes straight from what I'm feeling and how I'm seeing things and my observations. And while I was sitting here, I thought, oh, I've got 2 new beautiful crystals, blue aventurine, which are just stunning crystals. They're very pale blue. They look like eyeballs. And then I looked over to my right and thought, oh, there's Trish Rock's Oracle deck. I'll have a little play with that. So I pulled it out. And Trish actually sells these. So if you haven't got your own deck, do it. I'll hold them up for the camera now, but they've got a little love heart on them, and they're based around the, it's called Life Alignment, and it's based around the cogs, or the chakras, as Trish calls them. I call them cogs. And it also has a little message, a little guidance message inside the heart, and it's really quite pretty. And I was having a little shuffle, and I'm like, okay, what is this all for me? I want to see what I'm first talking about today while we're waiting to go on. And I flipped over the heart chakra, which is a green-coloured love heart card, and inside of it, it says self-love, care, and compassion. And I was like, okay, that's what we're going to talk about today. How do we achieve that? What does that look like? What does it mean? And they're umbrella terms. Self-love is an umbrella term, okay? It is. We can get the gist of what self-love is, and care and compassion, but they are umbrella terms. And the reason why I use that expression to explain it is because everybody learns compassion in a different way. It kind of has a similar meaning for people, but how we display it, how we give it, how we earn it, how we accept it, it's very different, and it's based on our experiences and what we've learned so far in our lives, what we haven't learned yet. Whether people have been compassionate towards us, how they displayed their compassion. Did we pick that trait up, especially when you're growing up? If you've got, 2 pretty rough parents, or 2 super sensitive, gentle, beautiful, loving, nurturing parents, you're more likely to understand compassion on a different level than what you were growing up in my household, where there was no compassion. So it's sometimes as adults we learn how to do these things. I know I'm 43, so self-love, if you had have said to anybody, 20 years ago, you need to practice self-love, they would, in Australia especially, say that you're up yourself, which means that you're a snob, get a grip, pull your head out of your butt, a whole bunch of stuff. Do you leave kiss marks on your mirror every morning? You would get teased about that whole expression of self-love. And thankfully, the world's wised up to that now. We understand that self-love is not being completely and utterly, totally head over heels in love with ourselves. It means that we're okay and comfortable and confident putting some boundaries in place on how we want to be treated by others, and also how we want to be treated by ourselves, and also how we interact with others. There's no point wanting all these beautiful souls around you if you're a bit of a rat bag. It's not going to work like that. You're going to attract other rat bags, so you learn what it's like to be treated in that manner. So for me, self-love, care and compassion was something that came very late in my life. I didn't learn that until really less than 10 years ago. And the reason for that, even though I've been doing this job, this style of work for such a long time, I was really good at doing it for others. Had no idea how to do it for myself. Had no idea that self-care meant that it was okay to say no, or that it was okay to say, I'm tired, or I can't do that right now. Can we book it in for another time? I never knew that that was a portion of self-love and care and compassion. And I think when we're learning about how to do this, and it's okay if you didn't learn it as a child, for whatever circumstances, whatever reasons for that, doesn't mean that you're an old dog, you can't learn new tricks. It means that it might be a little bit harder because you don't always see some of those traits in yourself if it's a learned condition, if you grew up around it, if you, I didn't realize that I was in abusive relationships until hindsight kicked in. I'm like, oh, crap, again? Abusive relationship again? And then once I started working on myself and my self-care and my self-love and having compassion for myself, my boundaries got stronger. And I think when we're learning these things, especially as an adult, or we want to freshen up our skill base maybe, or capacity for self-care and love, I think we need to practice on ourselves first. And I don't think that is selfish at all doing that. I think that, we have to, when I was single, as an example, I knew that I wanted to be treated nicely, and I knew I wanted to be treated as a lady, even though in reality I'm probably not very ladylike in a lot of ways. But I knew that I wanted to be treated with respect. So what I did is I took myself out on dates, and I took myself to places that were nice, and I looked after myself, and I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of what I want in a relationship. And then I honed those skills practicing on myself. I learned how to do that on myself. And then I started the dating scene. And then when I started dating other people, about 31st dates to be honest, then I had to practice those skills. And the reason why there were 31st dates is because I was really looking for someone who was honest. I had put up with people telling little white lies that festered into bigger lies, that festered into great, big, dirty, fat, hairy lies, and I didn't want to do that again. I was looking for a style of man or a style of partner that was honest and that had integrity and had loyalty. So I had to learn how to have those three traits within myself. And it wasn't that I wasn't loyal or I was a commitment phobe or that, I didn't have honesty and integrity in my previous relationships. However, when someone crossed those boundaries of mine, I allowed them to do it. I forgave them. I thought, okay, well, I understand. Let's just stay in a relationship. Let's just stay where it's safe. Let's not me have boundaries or self-respect or self-care and compassion and love for myself, and I'll put up with the nonsense that comes along with being cheated on and being deceived and that lack of integrity and honesty and transparency. So for me, dating those 30 guys, or going on, some of the dates lasted less than 3 minutes, I can tell you now, but going out and meeting those people really allowed me to freshen up and hone and understand where my boundaries were. And the more I did that, the more self-care I had for myself, the more self-love I had, the greater I understood that lesson to be, because there was no emotional involvement with these guys. I literally met them and we went and had a coffee, or we might have went and had a meal or something. There was no heartstrings. There's no emotional attachment. And a lot of people get emotionally attached very early on in their relationships. So I had some really strict rules around that. I don't want to shake your hand. I don't want to cuddle you. I don't want you to be inside my space. I've just met you. We're on a first date. Social distance, people. Social distance. So I had some really strong rules around that because energy is such a addictive, magnetic thing. And when you already like somebody, because, that's why you're going on a date, you've got a physical attraction on some level to them, and you allow them into your space, that energy sparks up and it's exciting. And sometimes we misinterpret that excitement as, oh, this could be the one, and then we get carried away with it. And then all of a sudden we've got this partner that's a bit of a rat bag again, and we've learnt nothing and we've achieved nothing, and our self-care is out the window because we're back in that same old cycle. So it's, for me, self-care, love, compassion had to start with me because I didn't learn it from anybody else. And I had to understand what those words meant for me, how I understood them to be, Self-love for me is going to the gym, riding my motorcycle, hanging out with my husband, taking our dogs for a walk. That's self-love. Because if I work, and don't have any of those things, I actually get tired and ratty and crabby and no one wants to be around me, which is not very loving, is it? So I've learned how to do that. And it's going to be different for everyone. Self-care for some of my girlfriends are to go to a spa and spend all day getting massages and facials and stuff like that. I personally couldn't think of anything worse. But they love that. And that's how they get their self-care. That's how they show compassion for themselves. That's how they bring that self-love in, that they do it like that. And it's so different for everybody. So when we're pulling over, Trish Rock's card, and it comes up self-love, care, and compassion. If you don't understand 100% what this means for you, step one is to practice on yourself. Work out individually what those words mean and start breaking them down so you can understand how that looks for you, what that feels like, what you're going to put up with and what you're not going to put up with. And then once you've got that, that's your framework. Then you go out and you practice on random strangers until you find that balance that works for you, that's comfortable and confident in how you put your boundaries across. And you can do it by getting a bit cross with people. You can do it by being really gentle. As long as your boundaries are consistent and people understand and respect your boundaries, whatever methodology works for you is perfect because everybody's different. All right. So that's it for me this week. I've got which is really nice, come straight after it. I thought, I'll flip the next card over and see quickly what that is. It's actually another heart chakra card, and it's healing. So when we have self-love, care, and compassion, we actually start to heal our heart, and absolutely we do, because we're allowing nicer space into our lives. We're creating space for happier moments, for beautiful memories, and all those sorts of things. So, yeah. Now, I'm available for spiritual mentoring. I am taking a break at the moment so I can write a book. However, if you'd like some spiritual mentoring with me, pop on my website, www.insightbyjanita.com. You can catch me on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter as well. And you can always book in with me. I do use a range of modalities to be able to tap into that. So I will use psychic medium stuff, also use auric cleansing and auric reading. I check right into it, talk to spirit guides, talk to entities, and then we work out what's the best way forward for you. But I only want serious clients. I'm not interested in telling you when your next boyfriend's coming in. I'm interested in teaching you how to be the best possible version of yourself so you excel and succeed in every area of your life. And that's just about me for this week. I will see you again next Tuesday at 4:15 right here, same back channel. And I am Janita Francis. Thanks very much for coming along. Bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope you had a great week. I want to thank everyone who has donated to Lauren's Cancer Fund and who has forwarded me information to share with her in regards to grants and programs that she can apply for help with to get her medication. So I'm hoping she has done that. I shared that information with her, so hopefully she will qualify for some grants or some programs that will basically pay for her medications that she needs going forward. We raised $480 of the $600 goal in a week. So thank you very much for all the donations, and thank you for all the prayers as well. Keep them coming. She's been having a really tough time physically, and you know, with the physical pain, that trickles right into having a tough time spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. So she's kind of struggling to keep the faith, keep her strength. So all the prayers that you can send are welcome and much needed. So thank you again for all of your support. And I'm going to do one final push so we can maybe hit that $600 goal. And then going forward, like I said, hopefully she will qualify for some grants and some other programs that will help support her. I also want to thank you, those of you who filled out my survey to participate in building a community of trusted businesses and individuals. I will be reaching out to you shortly to schedule a chat and then set up the interviews so that everyone can get to know you and your services. If you haven't filled out the contact form and you're interested in participating, you can find the link on all of my social media, or you can text me at 407-374-3133, and I will text you the link so that you can fill out that form. That way I have your information and can contact you. Lastly, I am switching up the format to go over the weekly intuitive messages first and then get into more information about this silent spiritual war that has been raging on for millennia and is coming to a head over the next several years. I ran out of time last week, so I thought I'd do the messages first and then use the rest of the airtime to get into more details about the epic battle for the souls of humanity. That way I won't feel like I need to rush through the information, and if I do go over, I can lead right into a separate video on my YouTube channel without starting from scratch starting from the beginning. Plus, I know not everyone resonates or is interested in these deeper truths, and that's okay. Oh, and those of you who have reached out and are very much interested, I know that you're going through some uncomfortable times right now, questioning everything. I get it, been there, I'm in it with you, we're doing this together. Hang in there, you'll gain more clarity. And sometimes, you know, we're guided to mistruths in order to gain deeper understandings of the false light before being led to the true light, to help you be able to have a deeper understanding of how the enemy thinks so that you can easier discern fact from fiction going forward. Clarity will come. Put your faith in God and continue to ask Him for truth, wisdom, and clarity, and you will be guided. Also, one of my clients wanted me to share with you that she was able to find the William Carr book that I discussed last week called Satan, the Prince of this World on YouTube as an audio version being read to you in case some of you prefer to listen instead of to read. All right, let's get into what you can expect from today, August 18th, through to August 25th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. This week, there's positive energies, especially earlier in the week, surrounding children, true love, romance, creativity, and your God-given talents, right? You could be spending money and energy on your home, on your family, on your career. You'll be feeling amped up and have lots of energy to get things accomplished. But at the same time, because you're amped up, you could end up over-functioning in these areas, so you might end up burning out or feeling somewhat tired. But the beautiful part of it, you'll be feeling tired and happy and blessed, so that's a good thing. Now, later this week and potentially ongoing for the next 6 months or so, you could experience clashes between your desires, impulses, and the limitations and restrictions being placed on them. And, you know, this is the divine trying to teach you to take responsibility for your choices, to think before you take actions, and to hold yourself accountable for mistakes. The negative side to this energy is frustration, awkwardness, resistance, conflict, aggression, loss of control, anger, rudeness, bluntness, impatience, destruction, and chaos. There will also be a clash between your ego and your soul. You could be facing your shadow side of yourself and the world. This is playing out on the world stage through a breakdown of the structure of society and removal of the hierarchies and systems at play that have been at play for thousands of years. Again, this energy is in perfect alignment with the silent spiritual war that's raging on over humanity. People seem to get lost in the fact that this material world is not real and it doesn't fulfill you ever. That's why you can seek desperately to fill an emptiness in your heart with clothes, money, sex, love, but you never feel at peace. You're always seeking and searching and looking and wanting more and needing more and looking, and whether it's alcohol, addictions, or any other kind of seeking that you're doing, you never feel at peace because that void can only be filled by the Holy Spirit. So then and only then do you experience peace. So you really need to be working on your spirituality. You need to have a good understanding that you are a spiritual being having a material experience. That is so important to learn and understand. It's so important to get in touch with your spirituality. And when I say get in touch with your spirituality, it's really getting in touch with the divine, with the Creator. This energy could also play out with you wanting to do things your way and others wanting to do it theirs. So there's lots of clashes that will be surfacing between people. And again, I talked about this last week, there's a natural separation that's happening of people. And, you know, because these energies are so volatile, it's very, you got to be careful. You got to be careful now. People are off the chain and they're out of control, so I wouldn't push unnecessary buttons and get into physical altercations or arguments with people. Focus on your connection with God. Uranus went retrograde on August 15th, joining Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Neptune, and Chiron. Most of us have been journeying inward, strengthening our connection with the Holy Spirit and ourselves. We're getting to know ourselves better. And Uranus is considered the greater awakening. I'm almost going to giggle. Okay. Is considered the great awakener, and undoubtedly some major reveals will be happening to wake you up to the truth and how best to adapt to challenges and change. There's lots of disruptive energies at play which will be triggering your sense of security. It's already been happening since the beginning of this year. Our security, our world has been rocked with everything that's happening. We are in the beginning phases of massive upheavals, revelations, and change. This week, it will be important to rely on your inner knowledge and intuition versus your mind and intellect. And some of you may be questioning or having mixed feelings about certain people in your life or life in general. Careful, again, with confrontations due to this aggressive energy. Pick your battles and your language wisely. There's some possessive energy at play as well. Some of you may have someone in your life who goes away for a while. So that could look like maybe jail time, or you end up no longer being friends or have a falling out in some way and they go away, or maybe somebody gets hospitalized. It could be any number of things. It just kind of feels like someone is leaving your life and that person will be away for a while. For some, maybe forever, but I kind of feel just for a while. So there could be a reuniting at some point in the future. Pay attention to your dreams for guidance and messages. There's also a lot of sexual energies at play, so you could notice people desiring you more or you desiring others more. It's the energy of lust, not love, and it's an energy of power. So for men, this could look like a woman that you badly desire and want, but that woman doesn't have the same feelings for you. For women, this could be using your sexual energies to lure a man into getting what you want. Again, it's more about power and lust. It's not about love. So careful how you use your powers of femininity, because it can and more than likely will backfire on you. In the area of work, for those of you that are employed, some of you will be your own worst enemy at work this week. Your ego and pride gets in the way. Careful how you speak your mind. Some of you are dealing with some unfair circumstances. Some could see a pleasant surprise that makes life easier. There may also be lots of workplace gossip, and those of you looking for a change, keep your eyes and ears open. Something could pop up for you. Those of you that are looking for a job, the possibilities exist for you to find something as long as you are doing your part by actually looking and not being too proud to take a job to make ends meet, right? So be actively participating in finding something, and if you get hired and maybe it's not a job you actually want, but it's more than unemployment, then I recommend you take the job and not be too proud, because you never know where that job will lead. You could meet somebody there that has a connection to somebody else. You just don't know. And again, if you are in desperate situation financially, don't let your pride and ego get in the way. It's not going to work in your favor. Those of you that are in a relationship for love, committed relationships, and dating seriously, those of you in a happy relationship, it should be a pleasant week. Those that are not in a happy relationship, you could see conflict, you could see power struggles, and some of you may be breaking up. And there's a lot of talk around deal breakers and your desires and what you want, but it's all about being honest with yourself and then being honest with the person that you're in a relationship with, because I do feel like some of you are in really unhealthy relationships. Some of you are in relationships with narcissists who only use and abuse, and it's important that you wake up to that fact and get out of those situations. Last reminder, not to abuse your powers of femininity. Those of you that are looking for love, the energies are primed to attract both good candidates for relationships, but also some really bad ones. It will be especially important for you to open your eyes to the truth. And by that I mean, are the words and the actions lining up, or are they misaligned? Are they saying one thing but doing another? Or even sometimes if the actions look like, oh, well, this person is showing up and they're following through, they're giving and caring, but then with somebody else you see them cussing them out and they're lying and they're cheating and they're stealing. Well, those aren't in alignment, right? So it's really about opening your eyes right now, because there's a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing. Finances. I kept feeling caution, restraint, and out-of-the-box thinking. I feel like all may not be what it seems. There could be someone that's not being honest about money matters. So that's kind of where I feel like there's a caution. The restraint is more about not overspending and maybe needing to cut some expenses so that you can live a little more cautiously right now due to the times being uncertain. And this also, with the caution and restraint, goes along with keep your personal financial info safe as well. And then the out-of-the-box thinking, I feel, is tied to, figuring out ways to work for yourself, to generate income in a new way, generate income that's maybe more in alignment with being of service to others and having some sort of a reciprocal thing that's happening there. In the area of health, stress, anger, sorrow could be at an all-time high this week. Vitamin levels, I feel, are at an all-time low. So really check in with yourself. I feel like many of you are low on vitamin D, minerals, magnesium. Just really take a look at your physical health and see where you're maybe lacking and make sure that you are taking proper care of your physical vessel. And some of you could have some physical symptoms and seek out a doctor, but you may end up not trusting what the doctor recommends or tells you. So again, advocate for yourself, get a second, get a third, get a fourth opinion. Just, again, follow through with what you're feeling and what you're being guided to do with your connection to the divine. Spirituality, it's a very spiritual time, and you will be drawn to explore your spirituality. You could be experiencing synchronicities or messages coming from many sources. Practice discernment to make sure you are connecting with the Holy Spirit, God, the divine, the true creator. And I know I'm like preaching this, but I'm preaching it for a reason. There's a lot of deception and there is a false light out there. So give yourself time and space to sit in silence, to connect with the creator of all. So that wraps up the intuitive messages for this week. Let's get into the spiritual war over the souls of humanity, the harvest, and some ugly truths hidden in plain sight of how we are being deceived on a regular basis. Today, I'm going to share with you the secret covenant made by those in the most powerful positions within the secret societies that I discussed last week. This is going to help give you some clarity around how exactly they are deceiving you, using you, and trying to steal your soul for their God. This information has been leaked and shared multiple places because, again, they must reveal the truth somewhere due to laws made by the true creator. They cannot take your soul, right? You have to willingly give it up, even if you're giving it up through ignorance and not full understanding, right? So that's why I'm telling you there's so much deception that's happening right now. The smoke and mirrors game is big. All of these laws, you can find them in the Bible along with the 10 Commandments. Yes, the Bible has had multiple translations, and some information has been translated incorrectly, and some information has been removed and is not taught in the churches. But who told us that? Ask yourself why they told us that. Why has humanity all of a sudden, well, not even all of a sudden, because it's been a slow roll, been pulled away from the Word of God, right? Ask yourself, why would they remove information and not teach it in the churches? Why would they dumb it down, right? Really think about it. Or why would they translate it incorrectly? This is the information. This is the Word of God, and the Bible prophesies everything that we're going through right now, plus told us perfectly what is asked of us here on earth. Research for yourselves and research the books that have been left out. There's so much information that we're being misguided and away from. So you really need to ask yourself, why am I being pushed away from this information, but this other information is constantly pushed out into the forefront in the media, in social settings? So these are really things that you want to think about. Now, let me get into the covenants, the secret covenants, and I'm going to share my screen on this, so bear with me for a moment because this is the first time that is happening. Let me make this small, and then I'll make it bigger. Okay, so We're going to share this. Start sharing. Let me see. I don't know that it's sharing. I think it is sharing. Okay. Can you confirm, Dave, that it is sharing with everybody? And then let me make this big screen. Okay, so the secret covenant number 1 is an illusion it will be, so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together always and will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways so they will never see what is happening. We will use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouths. They will destroy their mind and reproductive systems. From all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them, in what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good, with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in film and will grow accustomed to them and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them it's for their help. We will start early on when their minds are young. We will target their children with what children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases for which we will create yet more medicine. Covenant Part 2. We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will grow depressed, slow, and obese, and when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention toward money and material goods so many never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games so they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish their governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be pure always, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will guide them kindly and gently, letting them think they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits us best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never shall they see that from their conflicts we emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and their deaths. We shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will provide by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them, that we are all one. This they must never know. All right, so I'm running out of time. So let me get to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to continue this with the rest of the covenants, and I'm going to also have images like I did last week to show you some proofs about these things. So check out my YouTube channel on that, and you can get more information at that point. So thank you for tuning in. I will see you guys next week. Like I said, check out my YouTube channel for the rest of this week's Spiritual War segment. Thanks, guys. See you next week. Bye.
Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an absolutely fantastic, interesting week we've had around this planet of ours. I don't know about where you are in the world, but I was glued to the television watching the start of the American election, and I just thought it was really interesting to see something from a different perspective because I'm here in Australia and I really don't know a lot about your politics in the USA, but to watch the way that you launch a campaign over there was very fascinating, and also more so I think in these COVID times where everything's being done on digital platforms. I think it's giving a different flavour to what would have been sometimes things that people tune out to. I know we do here in Australia. You get sort of, oh, here we go again, election season, quick turn your ears off, because they're all going to get up there and spruik a lot of BS and sort of try and sway you one way or the other. And I think that's probably true to be said all around the world. But more importantly, at the moment, I think we all are very much still focused on COVID-19. And I think that's sort of been the theme of 2020, as we all sort of manoeuvre our way through what's quoted as the new normal. And that changes from minute to minute, or it seems to. So I suppose it's been a very challenging sort of year. And it's nice to sort of see that maybe we might have some relief on the horizon. Maybe I'm always the supreme optimist. And it always fascinates me that how things sort of come together on an energetic level. And I suppose that's what psychic work is really all about, is about energy and being able to tap into it and interpret the signals or the signs or what the energy is trying to tell you. And the reasons why I say it's interesting, because each week before I start the show, I really don't have any idea of, what I'm going to talk about on the show. I always like it to be sort of raw and fresh and in my mind and in the moment. And I always start off with, I pick the candle that I'm going to work with. And then from that, then I start to look at the astrology and what's going on. And then finally I draw the Simply Tarot card of the week. And it always fascinates me how that the whole lot always ties in together, as if somebody's given me a script and said, here you go, Amanda, this is this week's show, that it never ceases to amaze me how the three components on an energetic level all tie in together. So that sort of always still fascinates me, even after all these years, that on an energetic level, we're guided by so many other forces, whether you believe in spirit guides or no matter what your religious beliefs are. Some people have religious beliefs, other people have other beliefs that they believe in. It's whatever rules and things that you live by in your life that help guide us on an energetic level. And energy does make the world go round. Whether it's good, bad or indifferent sort of energy, it does make the world go round. But I'm pleased to say this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week that I've chosen is a very positive, bright one. It's called the Lovers. And I think this is a really apt card for where we are in the world at the moment. Now, the Lovers card doesn't always mean that we're going to have a brand new lover in our lives. And when I used to do a lot of teaching, I used to say to people, well, how many new lovers have you had this month? And they'd always all burst out laughing. And I used to say to them, well, this card doesn't necessarily indicate a brand new lover or a brand new love affair. It has many other versions of what love is. Yes, it can be a love affair if you're single. It can be romance building again within a marriage. But usually, more importantly, or more often, if I can put it this way, it's the loving relationship you could share with a friend. Now, a friend goes across many areas. I'm not always talking about a friend that we share an intimate relationship with. We have many loving relationships with many people, whether it's our family, whether it's our partner, whether it's our children, or whether it's just the people that we work with, people that we know, our next door neighbours, the lady at the shop, whatever. It's all a transfer of energy and some form of love. So I feel this week what this card is asking us to do is share a little bit of that happy, joy type of energy. Let's share the love around. Let's share some positive, loving energy around. And let's see what that does for the world for a change. Instead of us focusing on the negative, instead of us focusing on, that there's just so much going on in our lives that requires so much energy and attention, let's try and lighten it up a little bit with a little bit of loving energy. And I think that could be said for everybody, and that includes everyone around the world, whether you're a world leader or whether you're somebody that just sweeps the streets or somebody that works in what some people consider a menial job. There's no job on the planet to me that's menial. Every job has a purpose, every job has a reason, and we all do what we do because, one, we usually need the necessity of money to make the world go round, but most times, hopefully, that most of us work in areas of work that we enjoy. And that also brings a smile to our face and also brings a loving sort of energy into our environment and into the environment of everybody that we work with. So I think it's really important this week, every time you go to open your mouth, send an email, get on a device, no matter what you're doing, I want you to send some sort of loving energy. And I guarantee you, people will start to pick up on this. People will start to feel it. And we can slowly start to transform the world a little bit. And wouldn't that be a nice place to be in, that where love and a positive energy can sort of radiate and reign supreme for at least 7 days? Would be absolutely marvellous. So let's go on to the candle of the week. And interestingly enough, I chose love. Isn't that interesting? Because I really felt that we needed to sort of change the energy around. I just sort of felt that we needed a little bit more love and something sparkly to put into our lives and sort of really feel some warmth and some positivity again. I know we're in the Leo time of the year where things can get a bit fiery and stages seem to light up with everybody wanting to get out there and strut this stuff no matter what their star sign is. And it's sort of like the world is a stage at the moment for everybody that wants to beat their drum in whatever form or another. So I just thought, let's calm it down a little bit with some loving, kind, considerate energy and start to consider everyone else. If you were going to be working with a love candle, you could write some of the things that maybe that you feel that need a little bit more love and attention in your life. For those that want a new partner, well, then obviously you could put that down. But I think let's just focus on some loving, positive energy coming into our lives. So this week, the gift box set I've made up is obviously focusing on love again. Love, and also my angel in the sky. And as I've spoken about many times on the show now, in light of all the loss that we have around the world, each week I will have on set burning in the background my angel in the sky. And that's just to represent everybody that's lost somebody, whether it's been through COVID or whether it's been through other circumstances. I want you to understand and know that we are all in this together, and we do feel your pain and your loss. And you will have a special angel in the sky. And the final candle that I've chosen, I've left it in the box again, is the healing candle, because I still believe the world needs healing. And what better way to heal the world than with love? And the Beatles sang, you know, a beautiful song many, many years ago, all you need is love. And I think that could be our song for the week, all you need is love. Maybe that's something we'll start introducing on a weekly basis as a song for the week that we can all, you know, check out and sort of sing along to and sort of see what inspirations we can get from that. So we're going to now focus on the astrology, and this week it's nice to be able to talk about something slightly different. Yes, we have our usual three culprits in Capricorn, as we'll talk about at the end of the astrology segment. But let's shake things up a little bit. We've got Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars technically is known as the planet of action. It's sort of the planet that drives us to get out of bed. It's where our enthusiasm comes from our determination. It's also said to be the planet that rules war, but let's sort of sidestep that. Let's not use that sort of word, but let's use that we've got the energy, the motivation to get out of bed, to put ourselves first and to say, I'm going to do something or I'm going to achieve something at this moment that maybe I've been putting off, maybe I've been waiting for the right time to start a new project, or to start to feel enthusiastic and to start to feel like we've got something positive in the world to look forward to for a change from all the doom and gloom and the restrictions that we've had this year and things changing at a moment's notice. Maybe now we can start to feel a little bit motivated, that maybe we can start to see a light at the end of the tunnel, that maybe just what we're doing as individuals is making our own environment a little bit better. Now, Mars is actually making a wonderful aspect in astrology terms, which is known as a trine, which means it's positive, it's flowing, the energy's moving in the right direction with the moon. Now, the moon we know is emotions. It's how we deal with things. Now, the moon, sun, and the planet Mercury are all sitting in Leo at the moment. So the three of those planets, or the luminary and two planets, are sitting in Leo. So Leo is like the world stage. It's like everybody's sort of jockeying position to be heard. So when you've got Mars making a lovely aspect to the moon, and the moon is holding hands with the sun, which is where our zodiac signs come from, and the sun is holding hands with Mercury, the planet of communication, and those three are sitting in Leo, then we're going to start to hear and see some very dynamic sort of performances, whether it be on the political arena, whether it be hopefully more to do with our artists around the world, as maybe people sort of come out of the woodwork a little bit, and maybe there might be more opportunities to join in on online concerts and pay and contribute to help feed those and clothe those people and help them get on with their lives, because their lives have been disrupted too. But also I think what that can do is bring some joy into our soul. Let's spread the love around a little bit more. I feel that we're going to find that there's going to be some people that we come across in the next 7 days that might be a little bit aggressive, might be a little bit snappy and snarly. Just smile at them. And, you know, that sometimes is enough to break the momentum when somebody's in a bad mood and they don't even realise they're in a bad mood, and you change the energy by smiling at them and just taking a deep breath and smiling again, and they sort of think, oh, okay, maybe I've been a little bit confrontational. Maybe I better change the tone in my voice. So that can be something I think that we can all work on. But I think it's a great time of the year where we start to sort of rev up our plans again. We start to find some things to be motivated about and to be able to look at towards the, you know, the later half of the year, where we look at what we've achieved. Well, this year's been a very different year. Nobody thought at the beginning of the year when we were setting down our intentions for the year that we were all going to go into lockdowns and shutdowns and things to be changing at a moment's notice. So, yes, it's been a year where sort of maybe we haven't achieved the things that we set out to do, but maybe now what we can do is have a revised version of what we think we can achieve between now and the end of the year. And for a lot of people, it's been a soul-searching time. It's been a confronting time. It's been a time of looking at what's really important in your life, and you've started to realise, working all the hours that God sends you, may not be where you want your life to go from this point. Whatever your transformation's been, and it's been a very personal journey, as well as us all being in this together, in this new COVID world, we've all had to confront who we are, where we're going, what we want out of life. And for some people, it's been harder than others. And I'm not going to say everybody that works in light worker industries have found it easy. Far from that. A lot of my colleagues I know have really struggled with this, and struggled probably even more so than their own clients. And that's been an eye-opener to them too, that they've been on a path where they thought they were sharing their knowledge and their wisdom and their enlightenment, and suddenly they've had to question that, of where they're coming from, and do they believe in this, that and the other anymore. So it's been a revolutionary time for many, many people. So I hope whatever your journey's been so far, that you're going to be open and honest with yourself. Don't forget, we've still got the 3 culprits sitting in Capricorn that are, in my opinion, governing this coronavirus and sort of shaking up governments and asking people to have a long, hard look at how they view the world. And if you've got an election coming up, make sure you vote. Make sure that you fully understand who's doing what and who sits in your camp. And you know, don't just vote with your heart, but vote with your head as well, and looking at trying to improve or make your country or your suburb or your electorate a much better place to live in. So let's take our first caller. Let's talk with Debbie in Dover, in Delaware, in the USA. Are you there, Debbie?
I am.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, Debbie?
Do I have anybody around me, a spirit or anything?
Debbie, we always have spirit guides around us. We always have family members that have passed over that are around us. There's no person on the planet that is by themselves in that way. The trick is how do we recognise and understand or connect with or put a name to who it might be? Now, that's a very individual thing. That changes sort of constantly. We don't just have one person on the other side that is in charge of our life, if you want to put it that way. Different family members will come in at different times to help us and to guide us through different situations that we've got going on in our lives. If I can use an example, say Uncle Harry, he was a car salesman and you need to go and buy a car. Well, Uncle Harry will step forward and guide you with the purchase of a new car. Then when that role is finished, he might step back, and then your grandmother might come through because she's fixing up a family problem. So different people that have passed over step in at different times to guide us. At the moment, I feel you've got 3 people around you. None of them have come forward with any specific message, Debbie, but there's 2 females and a male, and I'm not sure that they're necessarily from the one family. I felt the 2 females were more connected than the male. It was like as if I was looking at 2 different sides of the family with 2 different sorts of opinions. But I know that there's been a lot of changes going on in your life, and I'm not just talking about COVID. I'm talking about even prior to that this year, there was a lot of things that were starting to bubble up to the surface that you knew that you were going to need to take care of, choices and decisions that you were going to need to make as the year progressed. Maybe they haven't gone quite as smoothly as you were expecting because of all the changes that we've had thrust upon us. But let me assure you that if you've had to change your course of direction, if you've had to change your mind, if you've had to take a different approach, it has been the right approach. Nothing that you've done has been a mistake. There's been times there when your gut feeling has been stronger than other times, and then there's been other times where you've sort of felt as if, my goodness, I'm like a person out in the middle of the ocean in a boat with no way of getting back to shore. These have all been very sort of feelings and emotions and ways of helping you sort out what it was that you needed to focus on, where you needed to go next and what you needed to do. So having to answer your question, yes, you do have plenty of people around you on the other side that are contributing and helping you make decisions, but be aware they cannot control us. All they can do is put thoughts forward into our mind. It is still up to us what decisions, what choices, what actions that we take as human beings. So I hope that's answered that question for you, Debbie.
Yeah, can I ask you another question?
So is there a particular area of your life that you might like me to focus on, or a question I can answer for you?
Well, my best friend of 35 years passed away on July 10th.
Right.
I inherited her dog. I wanted to know if she was all right. Did she know I had him?
Darling, the first question I always answer to that is they're always all right on the other side. I haven't had anybody ever come through and tell me that they're not all right. Look, I'm sure she knows that you've got her dog and she's very grateful for that, but I feel she's sort of struggling still with coming to terms with the fact that she's no longer here on Earth. So was it a sudden departure from that point, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know why yet.
Yeah, but she's still sort of struggling with coming to terms with that she's no longer here on the earthly plane. Now, I do know from the energy that she's sharing with me, she will send you a message of some kind, whether it's you see her in a dream, or you see something on the television that reminds you of her, or it's her favourite song, or the dog seems to be behaving peculiar for some reason and there's no reason for it. Just know that that's her. She still has a very strong connection to her dog, and she still has an extremely strong connection to you. So you two will be the ones that she'll want to try and make some sort of contact with first, if I can put it that way. But, it's still very soon. There's no sort of timetable for when they can come through. It's a purely a very individual thing, but just know she's with you, and she knows you've got the dog, and she's pleased about that, but she's still struggling coming to terms with that she didn't believe it was her time.
And thank you for that. I really appreciate it. It makes me feel a little bit better. And the last one, you said there was a male around me. Would that be my grandfather or my dad? Could you tell? He did
I think it's more likely to be. I felt it was more likely to be your dad than your grandfather. I just sort of felt it was sort of a man that he was strong, but he didn't have a lot to say. Your dad didn't sort of stick his nose in business that unless he was asked to. Was that your dad?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the energy that he shared with me. Like, if you asked him a question, yes, he'd gladly help you and give you, his wisdom to the best of his ability, but he wouldn't just poke his nose in unless he was invited.
All right, I hope he knows. I'm sorry that I didn't get in contact with him.
Yeah, but he's fine and he understands everything. Anyway, Debbie, that's where we've got to leave it, because we're going to speak with April now in East Brunswick in New Jersey. Are you there, April?
Hi, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can work with, please, sweetie?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, April?
Well, I'm hoping for a medium reading, if that's possible.
Darling, I can't always guarantee we can bring someone through in a very short space of time that we have. Do you have a question, something that's troubling you in your life that I can answer for you?
No, I was just really hoping for the medium thing because I read that and that's why I signed up for it.
Yeah, but sweetie,
That's
but
what I was-
mediumship readings is we all have our spirit guides that are around us or our passed over loved ones. They don't necessarily want to sort of, we can't just dial them up and say, good, I want to talk to Auntie Mary. They come through when they feel that there's a need to. And usually most people confuse needing a mediumship reading for, I've got a question that I want answered about my life. They don't necessarily tell us what to do. I can assure you, you have plenty of people around you in spirit that are keeping an eye on you and, are guiding you. But there's nobody that's jumping forward that's sort of saying, okay, this is a message for April. Please tell her this because she needs to know that. So is there an area of life that you need an answer to? Is there something that's been troubling you?
No, there's not. That was it. Thank you, though. I guess the quote was not exactly what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, but the reason I asked, because the only energy that I was picking up from the other side was they were sharing with me that you're going through a number of endings at the moment, that you've been making big decisions, that there's been 3 choices or 3 changes that have happened, I feel, in the last 6 to 8 weeks, that you're still sort of not quite through the other side on yet.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
And that's what they were sharing with me. They were sharing with me that they were there with you, they were helping you, they were guiding you, but they were just sort of saying, well, just because we're sort of a little bit stuck at the moment and you haven't been able to bring these 3 things to conclusion, keep going, keep working on it, because they're there with you. They're helping you achieve the changes that you're trying to bring in. Was there something that was going through your mind about the potential of maybe looking for another job? Because they're showing me another work situation, like something that's brand new.
Yeah, well, I just started school, so that in a few years I hope I can, go back to work and have a good job.
Right. But are you aiming to do that sort of like as early as next month?
No.
Why are they showing me September then and work and money around the month of September?
I don't know. That would be nice, but it isn't happening because I'm going to be homeschooling my kids this year.
No, but let's not just sort of look at it as in you stepping out of the house and going down to, say, the local market and taking a supermarket job where this is something I think that you're going to be able to incorporate into your family life that will fit in, that gives you a little bit of extra money. They're showing me something coming up as early as next month, something that you haven't thought of yet. There's an opportunity coming where this to me is the start of getting you back onto your path of, being April, the person that goes to work. You've got a, amazing life, but this is sort of like the start of you regaining April again, if I can put it that way. And I'm not undermining being a mum. I think that's the greatest job of all. But this is sort of something for you, and it's coming as early as next month. And it's something I feel that you can do from home, but it's still, it's heading you in that right direction. And I also sort of feel early part of next year there's going to be some new study or something new that you're going to be learning also that will help get you on that path of where you want to go.
Well, that makes sense.
Good. Okay. Well, it's been lovely talking with you, April. Just bear in mind that your loved ones are always around you. They don't always pop through and say, hi, it's Mary or it's Mum or it's Grandma. They're always there and they're always guiding you.
Yeah. Okay.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so that's where we're going to leave April. We've nearly come to the end of the show. So it's really interesting that people sort of tend to sometimes confuse the need for a mediumship reading and a reading as such. A mediumship reading is where our loved ones come through and might have a specific message to share with us. But as I repeatedly say daily in my work, I don't have a direct dial telephone to be able to dial up your passed over relative. It'd be amazing if we did. And 9 times out of 10, all we're seeking is to know that they're all right. I can guarantee you all your loved ones are all right. I've never had anybody come through from the other side and tell me they're not okay. They mightn't want to be there, but they're certainly okay, and they're certainly not in pain or suffering like they were here on earth. So please be aware the next time that you need to get an answer to a question, it's not always do you need a mediumship reading. You know, it's very difficult for our loved ones to make connection from the other side, and quite often they're a little bit gun shy. They don't want to come through and talk to a total stranger. They would rather come through and give you a direct message, as in a song on the radio, something on the television that reminds you of them, a smell. You smell their perfume, their cigarette smell, something that's important to them, or you suddenly get a craving for their favourite chocolate cake. They're all signs from the other side. They don't always have to be a feather or something that you can say that's solid. Sometimes it's just a feeling. Sometimes it's just a knowing. So acknowledge that, and sort of, you know, if you get somebody's favourite song that comes on the radio, sing along and say to them, isn't that great, Grandma, that your song was on the radio and we had fun singing it together. Acknowledge that they're around you, and they will then, it helps strengthen their connection with you to be able to come through again, because they know then that you understand it's them, and you know that they love you and they're still with you, and they see everything that we do except for the private times in our life. And I want to be very clear on that. They don't see us having a shower or going to the bathroom. So, but they are with us, and they see everything else that goes on in our lives, and they get to nurse the babies before we do. So on that happy note, have a loving week. Don't forget to send a smile to someone and be your very, very best loving self. Until next week, bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Sessions with Jenna Harmon. Live from JennaRoseHarmon.wixsite.com/Jenna Harmon Psychic Meet.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Session
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning and welcome to another Sacred Session. I'm Jenna Harmon, Psychic Medium. I come from you live this morning, Sydney, Australia, where it's a little bit chilly actually this morning. We've had quite a bit of rain here, so I love the rain. It brings cleansing, clearing, and just refreshes and rejuvenates everything. It's actually the 7th show for me this morning, and I actually love that because 7 is one of my favourite numbers. And I just thought for something a little bit different this morning, I thought I might actually set you guys up with a little bit of homework. When people come to me for a private session or a party session or any sort of session really, I tend to give people homework, and really it's the same homework, so don't worry. It's not like you're going to have volumes and volumes. It's not going to be months and months of, you know, tasks and things like that. But basically what I try and do is I try and empower people. I like to give people a way and a means to connect, or to start to connect and talk to those loved ones in spirit, their own spirit guides, and also to connect with their own animals that have passed. Everybody and everything with the soul goes to the same space. So basically what I get people to do is either in your mind, or as in to say out loud, whether you talk to your loved ones out loud or within the mind, you basically ask them to start showing you a symbol. You ask them to show you a symbol so that you know that they are personally trying to connect to you and that they are personally around you. So, for example, I might say to my Father in spirit, can I please next time next time you want to connect with me, next time you're around, can you please send me a blue balloon or a yellow bird or whatever it is that connects personally between me and him, so that I know he is trying to communicate with me. And it literally is as simple as that. You tell your loved ones in spirit your passwords or their codes, their symbology. It might be a feather, it might be a button, it might be a coin. You tell them what you would like so that you know that they are personally around you. And you try not to tell anybody this password, by the way, especially a reader, so that when you do get your private message returned, you know exactly how authentic it is and how sacred it is. And it's literally how we start to talk to our loved ones in spirit, through symbols, signs, numbers, dates, songs. They can come through in many, many ways. But today we're going to have a sacred session, and we're going to have a sacred session with Kelly in Cape Coral, Florida. Hello, Kelly. How are you this morning?
Hi, I'm doing good. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's awesome. How can I help you this morning, my love?
I just wanted to connect with some loved ones if that was possible. And I also wanted to know if you could give me some advice. I am thinking about going back to school and changing careers, and I wanted to know if what you saw in that.
Well, I'll address the career-changing one first, but I did write a few things down before we actually had our session today, so I'm going to give you those too, because I do find that when I'm sitting here and I'm jotting things down on my pad, they can be for you anyway. So I will give you all of that. But basically, I want to encourage you to make this change, sweetheart. There's something inside you that needs something new. There's something inside you that's not being fed, not being allowed out, so to speak. So there's this humanitarian, this giving, this service feel around you, and I don't feel like I'm able to do this currently. I'm not saying you're in a bad place. You could be in a job that you've been in for quite a while, and it's fine. It's paying the bills. It's doing its job. But I don't feel fulfilled, darling. I feel like there's this need inside of me to be doing something more, being more creative, being able to tap in and kind of hit where my heart expands, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does.
Yeah, so I want to encourage you to do that. And I do want to say to you, I feel like there will be messages, signs and directions that are going to come and kind of lead you to where maybe the next step is for you. So with the study, all those sort of things, I do feel you will receive encouragement through signs, symbols. I call them signposts, kind of leading us down our direction. And I do believe that. Now, sweetheart, I would like to say that I do want to say to you that there's quite a few people in spirit around you, to be quite honest. I kind of feel like I want to tap into maybe three to five different energies around.
Okay.
So it makes me feel like you may have quite a few people in the spirit world, or you may come from a large family in the spirit world. But I do want to say that there's very much around you. I also want to say that I want to connect to the dog, to be quite honest. So I don't know if you've had a dog, but I feel like there's a special animal of a dog. I feel like it's a dog that also needs to be acknowledged. I feel like it's a brown dog. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into dog so much, but I will say this. I want to say that I definitely want to acknowledge the grandmother figure. I do feel it's very feminine, so I feel like I may be connecting to mum's side of the family, to be quite honest. I also want to say, I don't know if it's the smell of the rose, the color of the rose, or the rose itself as a sign, symbol, or flower for you. But this lovely lady comes in spirit. I also want to acknowledge, though, is there a younger male spirit in the world of spirit for you, darling?
Okay, yeah, I've lost a lot of friends, and that's funny you mentioned roses, because I've been smelling like flowers lately when I'm not around them.
Well, there is your sign and confirmation, Kelly, my love. They're just coming through for me to reconfirm to you, my special friend, that they are definitely trying very hard to communicate with you. Now, please, when I say trying hard to communicate, they are communicating with you. So don't go, oh my God, they're trying and I'm not getting it. You are getting it, sweetheart. This is just a validation of for you. You have your own gifts, honey, that they are trying to start to communicate with and connect with. I feel like there's a healing presence with you, my love. So it makes me feel like there's a very big healing modality that could come from you, my special friend. And I say special friend because I feel like there's a special path that is opening up to you. So I don't know if this is your introduction kind of to your new life or what will become your new life or how your new life looks, darling. But I feel like this is an introduction. I feel like you have always been special. I don't know if you dream. I don't know if you see, smell, taste, touch. It doesn't really matter. But they're telling me you have the ability to be of service with the spirit world as well as those of us humans walking around out there. So there must be this awesome, as I said to you, there is a healing compound here that comes from you. I would like to say that the word grace comes up for you, my sweet. So it makes me feel in your energy that there's this beautiful generosity, this beautiful humanitarian heart that comes in from around you. I would like to say that I want to acknowledge there's the younger male in spirit. I also want to say that I don't know if you or someone very close to you has unfortunately lost some little spirits during your journey, but I want to say that I want to at least connect to a little female spirit around you. And I also want to say that I also want to acknowledge that I feel as though there's a younger female of your own contemporary age. So it makes me feel like there was either a friend, a sister, a cousin, someone of your own age, though, sweetheart, around you.
My sister.
Okay, sweetheart. And I feel like she's the one that kind of brings forward the little spirit with her. So whether it was yours or hers, I will say to you, she comes forward. I get the number 4 very clearly with her and you. So I have to say it's either a family of 4, the month of April, or something to do with the number 4, sweetheart. I also want to say to you, I bring white flowers to you from your sister. So she's telling me she's at peace.
I just actually, I went to her grave this weekend and I left white flowers in her grave.
Bless you, baby. Bless you. She comes through very, very strongly right now, and she's got a lot of emotion. And let me tell you, I don't ever really get emotional anymore. So she's coming through with a lot of love. I'm tearing up. This is not something I do very much anymore. So I'm going to tell you, this is giving me chills all over my body, sweetheart. This is what you needed. This is what's needed to be needed. This connection, these messages right now are going to change everything. It's going to give you the confidence to go forward, my love. It's going to give you the confidence to know that you're getting your messages and that your loved ones are very much around you, sweetheart. I want to say there's a big capital A. So I don't know where that fits in 100%. I will have to say if there's anything quickly you want to know, we've got a couple of minutes left, but that's about it, sweetheart. So I really want to touch on anything that could really serve you right now. She comes through with green. A lot of green, so there's healing. I felt like I saw a frog. Please forgive me, but I did. I thought I saw a frog. Please hold on to that. It could be a totem. It could come up and make sense eventually. But listen to me, sweetheart. She wants you to look at the rainbows. I see rainbows all of a sudden. I'm telling her I'm going to have to leave you guys in a minute. And all of a sudden she gave me a big rainbow. So I want you to know that regardless of how she came to be on the other side, she is at peace. She is trying to communicate with you and will continue to communicate with you, my darling. She is very much around you. She sends you so much love. She wants you to play the music. I don't know if there's a song you guys connect to or you feel like this is you or her or a message or whatnot, but she's telling you to play the music and listen to the lyrics. Kelly, I can't thank you enough, sweetheart. It was a very strong connection today for you. I hope that you take your love with. I'm so sorry it's been such a quick one. But Kelly, I send you so much love, my love. And I thank you so much for allowing me to connect with your lovely, beautiful sister in spirit world today. She's very much around you strongly, darling. I have no doubt she will walk with you forever. Oh, much love to you, my darling. Take care.
Okay, thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Kelly. Oh, it was a strong one today, people. The tears don't usually come anymore. I've been doing this for quite a few years and I've built up quite a bit of tolerance, so it must have been a very strong one this morning. Listen, know that your loved ones are always around you. If you do have an opportunity to do your homework, start to give them their signs and symbols to let you know that they're communicating with you. And just like Kelly, having these beautiful signs and symbols come through from your loved ones can touch your heart and really bring you personal healing like you have no idea how potent it is.